Welcome back, everybody. Come on, let's get started. Right, let's see. So where were we? Left off. Really wants us to build that radio. Titanium and a copper ore. I think we can manage to do that. I think we can manage to pull that together. Titanium.
High priority automated message from Aurora Live Pod 13 coordinates attached. Live Pod is carrying high priority passenger.
Yoki Kasa. I said Kasa. Why do I have to record this anyway?
Send immediate burial detail.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
In other words, he's dead. Poor bastard. The Mongolian guy that was supposed to be looking for our lost crew of the Degassi, I believe. So, I think we got everything, but I'm going to hit it one more time just to make sure. Nope, that's right. We needed a tablet. Yep. All I had to do was see that door, and I went, oh, tablet, forgot it.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems on.
And then, of course, after this, we need to go back up to the surface and do a little more exploration up there. If we're going to need more tablets than we have available. I'm remembering things at all correctly. There are some sanctuaries, I guess, that I also want you guys to
Integrating new PDA data.
The damaged anchor cable. These thick cables were designed to anchor the nearby facility to the surrounding cave walls. Damage to some of the cabling has resulted in the facility collapsing to the floor. Calculations suggest damage would require an extensive percussive force in excess of 300 tons. Well, we know a Leviathan should be able to do that. Some of them are pretty damn big. Specimen research data. A catalog of information on the organisms previously contained within the alien facility. A number of entries have been translated. Small herbivore gamma. This entry seems to reference the common peeper. Shows no immunity to infection. Death commonly occurs within 4 days. Shows symptom remission on exposure to enzyme 42, but symptoms quickly recur. Shows advanced learning behavior. Shows some capacity to transmit enzymes to other specimens. Leviathan embryos. Adult specimen too large to study in containment. Egg specimens acquired from nesting site. Embryos show no sign of immunity. Death commonly occurs within 3 weeks. Small sample of eggs has been retained for continued high-priority research on Leviathan hatching methods. Large carnivore theta. Off-site lab established to study remains. Shows some potential for immunity to infection, but physical remains so far proved insufficient for full reconstruction. Unidentified Leviathan. This Leviathan species has been assigned designated Sea Emperor. Bone samples from Emperor specimens indicate some potential for Kara immunity. Single specimen captured for study at purpose-built containment facility, constructed in volcanic region at depth 1.4 kilometers. Assessment. While it is unlikely that the Emperor specimen is still contained within the facility described, it may be possible to acquire further data there on the aliens' attempts to develop a vaccine. That reminds me.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection has spread to the skin and pulmonary system. Medical report recorded to databank. It is imperative you find a way to neutralize the infection.
Oh, rough, man. Bacterial infection report. You have been infected with a previously unknown waterborne bacterium. It is currently multiplying in your bloodstream. Estimated incubation time, 2 weeks. Your immune system is currently combating the infection at low efficacy. You may already be experiencing flu-like symptoms and skin irritation. These will likely be exacerbated as the bacterium takes hold. Your immediate priority should be abatement and eradication of the infection. Recommended steps. Salvage further alien research data on a possible vaccine. Investigate the mechanisms which have enabled the indigenous ecosystem to inhibit the symptoms of the infection. Yeah, because if the infection was that bad, everything would be dead. Clearly, a long time ago, everything would have been dead. So something's definitely keeping the infection from at least wiping everything out. Like it probably would if the infection was just simply rampant. Let's charge. And while we're charging, let's repair. I don't know where, how, but we somehow took some damage. Okay, let's... Do I have to find a certain... I thought that's how it worked. Let me... If I find it, I'll show it to you and explain. The water's coming in a certain spot. Usually there'll be a little crack in the hull, but it's usually near the spot where the water's coming in. I'm not seeing any crack. How are you supposed to... There it is. There it is. There we go. We're all... must have run into something. It happens. We didn't get attacked by a critter. It was definitely like that I ran into something. Probably the building. That's pretty super easy to do. Alright, we're back at 100%. Actually, let's, while we're still out, you know, about. Aha! See, I knew I could find some. I knew there was some around. Table coral. I thought you could get some down here. I just couldn't remember where, but here it is. We found it. Oh, that is a... Look at the arm on that sucker. The only thing that thing is missing is a fucking thumb, right? Hell, it looks kind of like my Uncle Larry. I'm kidding, I don't have an Uncle Larry. But if I did, that's probably what he'd look like. We're still going to the surface, but it is nice to be able to... Oh, yeah, the tree. The tree, everybody. The tree is so awesome. We're going to go see the tree. Coral? Yay! Restock our supply of table coral. We're not doing so as bad on rubies, but man, we were hurting on table coral. Yeah, and I was gonna say rubies are found pretty often right around these little guys here. These little extrusions from the lava zone, I guess. It's volcanic vents. That's the word I'm looking for. Volcanic vents. That's our fallen building, right? It's not a different building. I think that's our fallen building. It's the one we just came from.
Welcome aboard. All systems on.
little bit of titanium. Man, I need a whole bunch more of those. Sea dragon skeleton. The semi-intact skeletal structure of a Leviathan-class predator. Head trauma. There is clear evidence of massive physical trauma to the head. The damage is so severe it was likely the cause of death and must have occurred somewhere nearby. Damage consistent with a high-speed collision with a solid object. Okay, so this is what died. This is what probably took down that building in there, and it died from it. It smashed its head open. Age. Something in the environment has helped to preserve these remains, but calcium decay suggests an approximate time of death 1,000 years ago. Bone growth suggests the creature was in the egg-laying stage of its life cycle. Wow. Damn. Okay. So maybe this. Oh, the smaller one. Maybe it was a female, and this one was its mate or something. Could be. And of course, the alien researchers, yeah, captured the female, and the male came to rescue it, and didn't manage it, and then killed them both in the process. I mean, they are just giant animals. At least as it's being presented here, they are.
This is Life Pod 7. Coordinates attached. Pod is structurally sound, but the fabricator's bust. Requesting assistance. 7 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to databank.
Distress signal has been received from LifePod 7, but the attached coordinates were corrupted. Last available photographic data has been downloaded and analyzed. Crew reported problems with their onboard fabricator, sunk to 200 meters in an area of low ecological activity. Transmission origin approximately 1 kilometer south of the Aurora's stern. You mean right underneath that Leviathan? The Killer Reaper? Yeah, there's no wonder they didn't make it. Okay. I need this. I need to see around a little better. That's that. We want to go up.
Terrain scans indicate this biome contains unusually high concentrations of organic and fossilized remains.
Yeah, we can kind of see that. Look, more bones. And this is I must have come down in a different way than I normally do in the game, because this is what I was looking for. I bet if we got off here, this would be full of nickel. Now, those are rib bones. Can you imagine how big that son of a bitch had to be? Oh, look, here it is. This will tell you. Look at this skull, man. This is stupid more bigger than any Leviathan we've seen so far. Oh, that's gonna, yeah, that's gonna.
Nothing flagged. Emergency speed. Warning. Vessel counterfeit. Excessive noise. Ahead standard.
Okay, we're gonna have to get out. Fucking, he's gonna keep attacking us. Well, he hasn't done much damage yet, so maybe we can get out.
Warning. Creature attack.
Yeah. No, I got it.
Fire flagged. Emergency speed. Ahead standard. Hostile external hull damage detected. Final neutralization system active. Fine. Extinguished. Gas droppers initiated. Ahead standard.
It looks like he's gonna leave us alone. There's something else. I believe that's probably a crab squid based on the biome that we're in. Another fire? Seriously? Okay. Should have just killed the stupid ass bastard. I know. Should have gotten out and killed him. Did I miss one? I missed one. I was gonna say, did I miss one? I missed one right there. All right. So that's got us back to. Oh no, we're still. There's still a fire. We'll use this.
Fire neutralization system active.
Play partially translated broadcast.
Destroyed. Patrol. Targets unaccounted for. 1.
Okay, so it says there's still. Is that dam supposedly damage or is that a fire? It looks like a fire. There's no fire left. Is it because of that? Yeah, there's no fire. Why does it show a fire?
Seek fluid intake.
Okay. Guess as long as there's no actual fire.
Vital signs stabilizing.
not sure why it's tilted like that, but that's fine. Fuck it. I just need to go out. It's tilted like that because it's got a fucking ray stuck in the ass end of it. Probably need to save and reload the game. See if that fixes it. I'm looking for, there's clearly damage of some sort. I just can't find it. Let's go scan this guy. That's what I wanted to stop for more than anything. Hello, Sea Treader. These guys are completely harmless. They're so cool. They're just big old walkers. Yep, little alien poop balls. I don't remember. Oh yeah. There, you can put them in your you can put them in your bioreactor. Hello, big old fella. Or lady, I'm not sure. It's not just a leg, it's a mouth too. Okay, so it looks like it's fixed that part. Okay, so we're gonna save real quick. And then I'm gonna take a break for just a moment, and then I'm gonna reload anyway. So I'll be right back. Okay, so it looks like we did. Yeah, it looks like we got free of, yeah, and it fixed our problem with the fire and the damage thing, and yeah, it got rid of our little passenger. I think that's why I thought we had a fire, because we had a passenger kind of attached to our ship. All right, so let's. It just sometimes makes that bang bang noise. I keep thinking, and I always have, that I'm running into stuff, but I'm not. It just sometimes makes that noise for no reason. friends, the reef leviathans.
Ahead flagged. Emergency speed. Warning. Vessel calibrating. Excessive noise. Ahead standard.
Sorry, Livy. Didn't see you up there. I apologize for bumping your booty. Alright, so that should keep us charged. We should be close enough for it to charge us up.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Nope, I didn't want to get out. I wanted to grab some Reggies. That's interesting. I thought for sure that I had actually completely deconstructed these ladders. have sworn I had already taken those completely apart before, but it's not. Hello, little cuttlefish. Hope you're happy and fat with your friends in there. That's battery backups for our power cells. Yep, just making sure it's charging. Okay, well that was absolutely nothing, was it? I don't remember getting one like that prior to this. I guess it's possible they added more radio stuff. They have added more stuff to the game, I know that for sure. Made a lot of fixes.
Welcome aboard. All systems online.
It's just going to be easier to navigate to these in the sea moth than our big boy. Okay, so let's find them on our map. We can actually make this much easier. No, we don't need the abandoned bases. Correct. I'll leave the life pods if I can use those eventually. Okay, so right, that's an alien arch. There we go. Forest reef sanctuary. Okay, so life pod 19. Yeah, that's the one that sank way down there. It's under the floating island, or very near the floating island. Okay, so that's where we gotta go. Okay, so our best way to find that is, I believe, Keen 17. Which one was it? 19. It's gonna be near 19. Yeah, I was gonna say it's Keen's, right? But I guess we also need to find 13. All right, so let's see. That's Keynes. Alright, we'll hit this one. Man, that's a long way away. Yeah, poor Kassar. I mean, we don't know a lot about him, but I have to say he can't possibly have been a very nice person, because in this situation, he's sinking to the ocean floor or whatever. He's, trying to send out a distress call, and he still had the presence of mind and attitude to be a dick to a machine at the time. So, yeah, I mean, he can't have been a particularly likable fellow.
Integrating new PDA data.
Live pod launch sequence initiated. Entering planetary atmosphere.
My creators, the cherishers and sustainers of worlds, give me this day my daily pleasures as I give to those who seek pleasures from me.
External temperature approaching critical levels.
Show me the path. In life, truth, and love for mine is the power. I am the one. On and off and on again.
Impact imminent.
Life is a game which the universe plays with itself. I am done playing as this bundle of flesh. Return me.
Okay, but that was really weird. This also doesn't make an awful lot of sense since he managed to send a distress signal. Maybe it recorded the distress signal before he launched, because it sounded like he didn't make it to the ground. Oh, I forgot to read about the Sea Treader. Sea Treader Leviathan. A vast bipedal leviathan which roams the reefs in herds, grazing the sea floor. Number 1, antennae. Antennae on the creature's head can detect a range of scents, helping the sea treader to find fresh grazing pastures, avoid the path of large predators, and sense chemical signals from others of their kind. 2, carapace. Thick armor protects the creature from attack by all but the largest of carnivores. 2 legs extend from the rear. 3, elongated snout, used to siphon up plant material from the sea floor and maintain balance. 4, behavior. Large herds would decimate the flora of a single area, thus encouraging the sea treader's migratory behavior. Families keep their young towards the center of the herd, and parents will lash out at over-curious interlopers in search of an easy meal. Assessment. Sea treader herds may unearth mineral deposits as they churn up the sand. Yeah, they were originally as far as nothing really restored itself, nothing respawned and everything. But sea treaders were always basically spawning new mineral deposits. So when you basically ran out of stuff to use to build with, before they got it to where it was respawning. It's respawns now, as far as I can tell. But before, they were more scarce, and you could go follow those leviathans around, and they would basically generate new nodes for you to be able to mine, to get diamonds and gold and all that stuff as it was needed. Okay, be just a second. I'm gonna look and see if there's anything around here. Also, I'm gonna mark off 13, which there it is. You. That's just the alien arch. We're really close to the other sanctuary. Let's go to that. It's and as you can see, I'm pointing at it. It's the North Blood Kelp Zone Sanctuary. We need to go north, slightly north. Or fully northeast, that's... And now this tree deal, is really cool. Actually, I'm gonna do this while I'm here. There, if I remember correctly, and I think I do, there's a chamber deep inside this. Yeah, and you can see there. Yeah. Never mind. It's not as deep inside as I thought. There we go. Cuttlefish egg. See? That's what I was looking for. But there are actually a lot of caves that go up into the tree there. But I guess I lucked out and just found it right off the bat. What I was wanting, which was the cuttlefish egg. All right. So northeast. This on somewhat the far side. Blood kelp zone. This is what I was looking for right here. Yes, and we did already find this, but this gives me a point of reference. I was gonna say, here's where we need to come for the... I see several outcroppings that we could get with the some nuclear material. That's the that goes into what our other thing. So no, you stay away from us. There it is. Right, so from here we need to go mostly north, and a little bit west. Oh, and I didn't bring it. Yeah, I know, I forgot. That's my bad, man. That's my bad. Am I really not? Oh, okay, I guess I scanned the red part, but I didn't scan the root part. Well, we'll be able to get back, so. Yeah, bloodroot. These root systems generally extend from one cave wall to another. Coiled root system. Where this root system breaks through into open water, its tendrils coil around one another for enhanced structural integrity. Cave wall rooting. Where the root meets the cave wall, it penetrates into the rock and continues to grow, albeit at a slower rate. Both blood roots and blood vines produce blood oil pustules, confirming that they are in fact one and the same flora species. The majority of the root system thrives within the rock itself, occasionally breaking into open water to reach untapped mineral resources or generating vines which feed on water-based nutrients. Well, at least now I know better than to leave my tablets behind.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay. Reminds me. What do we need for creature decoys? Is this not where you make them? Maybe you have to make them. Okay. I know we've got the creature decoy. That's the blueprint. Maybe you have to make them at the creature decoy terminal?
Captain, all systems online.
Load decoys. We got that. How do you make them? Not there. Well, maybe maybe there's something you just make it here. There they are. Okay, so you make 3. You need a wiring kit and 3 titanium. Aren't you a friend? Chase him! Good enough. Yeah, one of my favorite mods, they had this cooking mod that you could get, and you could take like fire fruit and combine it with other stuff, and you could make stuff that would give you a lot of food and water from like one item by cooking it from other, by cooking stuff for like, you can make like a fire fruit pie and stuff like that, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, honestly, the food and water thing, it's okay, but a lot of times, and I did this playthrough because I wanted to do a clean playthrough with because if you don't, there's no point in growing a lot of the plants and stuff. But I'm probably gonna do, if I do another playthrough, it'll be without the needing food and water, which is the survival mode. I'll just play the mode with it. You don't need to worry about your food and water. You know, you still have to worry about your oxygen and your health and stuff like that, but the food and water it starts to get annoying. It runs out too fast, really. I mean, logically speaking, you should be able to go 3 days without water before you die. And like 3 weeks without food or something like that, or maybe it's a week without water and and a week without food and a day without water or something like that. But yeah, you should be able to go longer. Like you won't die of thirst in 24 hours and everything. And then it's clearly much faster than that here. You before you start dying of thirst. Yeah, and I'm just swimming around randomly at this point. Alright, so... Oh, yeah. And the reason I was swimming around randomly is because I couldn't remember what the fuck I came here for. Sometimes it takes me a minute. Now I remember. Alright, so we need tablets. We only have one. We're going to need more than one. So, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in here and I'm going to look up tablet. Yeah, I know about that one. And it requires purple tablet. We got that one. I know that one requires an alien tablet. Got that one. Inside the cave system, underwater below the island. Okay, so there is still I knew there was still a tablet on there. It's underwater below the island. Got those. Okay, so we basically, the only one we didn't get was the underwater one. It's over near the mountain, the floating, sorry, not the floating island, the mountain island. Yeah, there they are, right there. Purple tablet. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we didn't get all of them by any stretch of the imagination. We got the fragment. Yep. We get that one? I think we got that one. Got the one in the upper path cave. Yeah, we didn't get this one. That's the underwater one that we didn't get. And we did get that one. So there's at least 2 over there that we need that we get. That should help us out. I believe we can also make them. Yeah, we can make them with an ion cube and 2 diamonds, or an ion cube and 2 nickel for the orange. We don't need more than 1 orange, though. It's the purple ones we might, but I think... We might have to make one purple, because, well, we have 3. No, we should have enough for all the sanctuaries then. So I believe there are only 3 sanctuaries. And then there's the orange and the blue tablet. So yeah, I believe it gives us enough if we find all of them. So let's go get those 2.
Welcome aboard. All systems online.
Alright, that one is under the floating island. I believe we need the mountain island. It is right where I thought it was. Yeah, and you can find it because you actually can see there's like a cloud. See that cloud, big cloud there that's touching the water? You notice how there are no other clouds like that touching the water? That's because it's covering the island, so you can't see it from a distance. Here's one of the entrances. There's not a tablet here. Another entrance. There it is. There it is. Not exactly an entrance, but it's... I'm not sure that one wasn't the one that's supposed to be inside. We did get that one. That one was the one that was inside the base. I believe we just picked this one up. Got that one. Got the fragment. Upper path in the cave. We'll check that one again. This one says inside the cave that's underwater below the island. Yes. Okay, so this one we don't have. That one has to be. Because that one's a lot further. From. Here's where one of them was, right here. Picked that one up, I know. And there was the one that was on the upper path, which was right here. Got that one. The one that's underwater, I believe. Yes. I was gonna say these caves are a lot more complicated than it appeared from. So we got that one. Of course, we had already found that one. Now, this is the only one I'm not positive. Because this one's way off. Go to this, following the tunnel south. I think we found this one, but I could be wrong. So I'm going to go make sure we did or didn't. You can see why I'm curious whether or not I don't remember us finding that one. But I don't think we made it far enough to find it. Heck, we didn't even kill all of the spidery dudes. Yes, we did, though, because I think it would have been right back there. Nope, there it is. Here we go. Let's eat of the bulbo tree once more.
Welcome. Welcome aboard, Captain.
The two should not be far. Okay. Did I go the wrong way again, or lucky that first time? Yeah, if you thought I knew where it was because I went straight to it, just got lucky. I was like, ooh, there's a cave. That doesn't look like a Reaper. Yeah, now I have to go check it out. Oh, it's the ghost. Okay, I was gonna say that's the ghost Leviathan. Or one of the ghost Leviathan. I know it's north. There's my pod too, so just northeast. That figures. That really does figure. It wasn't this hard to find the first time. I'm sorry if you're getting frustrated. I'm definitely getting frustrated. I have no idea why this is now so hard to find. It doesn't make any sense. I was at the thing. I went north, between north and northeast. Just like this. And right on the other side, turned around, and bam, there was a fucking hole, right? Somewhere right here. It just, there was a hole going down into the rock. Yeah, okay. This is starting to get a little annoying. Agreed. Absolutely. Agreed.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
It shouldn't be far to the northeast. At all. Okay, look, there's a fucking marker right there. Gotta be... What am I missing here? The next marker, if that's what you're fucking missing. There we go. Okay. Oh, that was annoying, wasn't it, guys? Very annoying, yes. And hell yes, I wanted the the ion cubes. I want to make ion batteries out. I also wanted this.
Integrating new PDA data.
Oh. Alien data. Alien Sanctuary Beta. This antechamber consists of a series of data hubs, each adorned with an ion cube. These are networked up to the main terminal in parallel, presumably to ensure data integrity over time. Unprecedented data complexity. Stored data was scanned into the system at the local terminal. Original data source was organic in nature. Evidence suggests that this antechamber served as a sanctuary of last resort for the aliens that built it. In the event of a catastrophe, they could retreat here and somehow transfer themselves to the data hubs for preservation. It is unclear whether other members of the alien species ever returned here or how many souls are backed up on the hubs, but the data stored is far too complex to reconstitute with the little information available. So there are aliens stored in them there hubs. So let's turn off 2. Our next target is 13. No. 19? 19. Lift mark. Yeah. We already found 13, so we can turn that one. Found this. Found life button. Ready? We're heading to life pod 19. Man, that biome is creepy. Just a couple of nutrient blocks, huh? Okay, so that was supposed to have a Cecil, which I think is a crash fish based on this picture. We did not get the crash fish. Yeah, we didn't get the crash fish itself. No? Yeah, see, that's weird. We didn't get the crash fish. We only got the picture, which I guess is fine. But that's why we got 2 nutrient blocks, because he was like, oh, my crash fish likes to eat nutrient blocks. Which isn't cute. Just cute. Okay, so... I do sort of remember the deal with this one. To find it, there are wrecks over here. You go from the wrecks, and it's sort of in a little hole. Yep. But I don't think it's this one. That's the vent down there. No. That's not it either. They're finding this one not as easy. Here it is.
Integrating new PDA data.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alien Sanctuary Alpha. Architectural information has been downloading regarding this antechamber. Ceiling fixture. The structures mounted to the ceiling of the cavern cast a low green light over the data hubs below, but they are also regulating the pH levels of the surrounding water and emitting a low-frequency sound wave. It is possible the intent was to ensure ideal conditions for a practical end, but their purpose may also have been ceremonial or even recreational. Aesthetics. Ornate in design. The cubes mounted on the pedestals are not being drained of power, suggesting they serve some more symbolic purpose. Similarities to old Earth religious iconography may be coincidental, but they may also indicate some shared and ancient cultural history. Which is why I wasn't worried about taking them. They're not powering anything. They literally are just decorative. For some odd reason. For some unknown reason. I would say odd, but it's unknown. It's not necessarily odd. If we knew it, it might make sense. But we don't know it. And we can't know it. Just do a little more damage. Alright. Now, we do need to take our time to go over to the next thing, but let's go ahead and first reef on the vent, life pod night. So leave. Yeah, the other got all the arches. There it is. It's in the lost room. Okay, and I believe I know where. Where in the Lost River it is for the last one. But we won't be there easily. Where's their down? What I need. I'm gonna do it before we get back to our. But I won't be able to because I need to eat. We'll just go back in our. We'll go back in our sub. We'll go back. We'll go back in our footlong. They always seeing these guys, the reef guys, always makes me feel safe because there are no. If you see one of them in the water, there are no reapers or other leviathans around.
Seek fluid intake.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Seeking. Will be seeking.
Vital signs stable.
Yay! Our cuttlefish hatched. See him? There's one. There's the other one. I do not know why I picked the eye stalk. I feel like there's a reason. I just don't remember what it is.
systems online.
Oops. Now we just have to go find the power plant, which is in the active lava zone. And we'll need this to get into that particular facility. Respect my facility. Sorry. We are going for the blood kelp zone, which is this way. Hello, my reefy friends. So good to see you again. We are not where we need to be. It's alright, we missed the hole. It happens sometimes. There we go. Alright, well, we got to the lower part, so now we gotta find the path down to the low part. Over there? I think it's over there. Got a crab on us. Damn it, we still have crabs. I thought if we got a nice clean shot down a nice clean hole, we might get rid of the crabs. Ah, yes, there's that, and we know that it's just beyond that. There's another hole. It continues down, down, down to Goblin Town. Oh wait, no, that's not. That's the wrong story, man. The wrong story. No, there's our glowing green shit. That means we're going in the right direction. Okay, so the only question at this point is how damaged? No, we're not damaged at all. I'm actually kind of surprised about it. Okay. I'm gonna move our ship over here. And hopefully that Leviathan asshole will not try to have sex with it while we're busy. Look at the teeth on that bad boy. They're as big as we are. Easily as big as we are. Oh no, it is. Have tablets, right? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's here somewhere. There it is. Oh no, this is the orange. Okay. We've got plenty of nickel, so if we do end up having to make another one. We got 3 of them. I think there's 4. I could be wrong, but I know there's at least 3. So we may have gotten all of them. Maybe not. Not sure.
Integrating new PDA data.
Get them all, right? Yep. Okay. Let's go read our findings.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
I have an actual egg container. I have seeds. We do need to make that. Forgot about that. Of course, that's not as important because we can repair our thing ourselves. Cyclops shield generator is probably more important. But you notice I haven't been using it because it uses power like a beast. I mean, it just really uses up power. And it doesn't really help that much because of that. It uses power so fast. Seriously, 1 ruby. Okay, that's better. We have lots of cubes. We'll be able to make ion batteries. all our tools. And then we'll turn all our regular batteries into extra fuel, extra cells. Of course, we can also make ion battery cells for our Cyclops if we want to. That might even be a better way to go. You make, let's see, you need 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So you need 12 ion cube, I believe. Yeah, we have enough. We could definitely do a full set and still have enough for some regular ion batteries. Of course, there is another source of ion cubes, but we can't get to it for a bit. And basically, it's really hard to get to. So once you get there, you basically have to take advantage of it while you can. All right. So that is the last of those. Oh yeah, we were gonna read. We're gonna read. Alien flora research. Local plants being held in stasis. The aliens evidently sought an extensive knowledge of the planet's ecosystem, which would have been necessary to support any living specimen. Research equipment. A large laboratory table and accompanying scanners incorporate technologies far beyond our current level of understanding. Hypotheses. Equipment maintenance, staff maintenance, specimen analysis, specimen gene manipulation. Research probes. The prominence and facing of these alien devices suggests they are some kind of probe or sensor. Their subject would seem to be the vast skeleton in the center of the cavern. The attached cable network may lead to a remote power station or data hub. Assessment, investigate. Yeah. Fauna reproductive data. Extensive alien research data on the local fauna with a special focus on their reproductive methods. 4 conclusions have been synthesized. The aliens discovered the life forms on the planet have just one sex. They observed local organisms engaging in asexual reproduction. All healthy individuals tested were capable of egg laying. Eggs usually require genetic material from another of the species. In rare case, only one parent was required, with evolutionary mutation introduced by the efforts of the environment itself. Research appears to have been focused around hatching conditions and genetic variations between parent and child. Ancient fossilized skeleton. The skeleton of a million-year-old armored carnivore. Projections suggest this life form would have been larger than any living creature encountered on the planet. Yeah, no shit. It was so big. The oceans of the time would have been very different to support life forms of this size, with more open geography and many more individuals in the Leviathan range. Yeah, God, this thing would have had to eat Leviathans literally multiple times a day. Mixed Leviathan fossils. These fossils likely came from the ancient ancestors of the Leviathans which inhabit the planet today. The relative size and delicacy of the bones suggest they formed part of the ear canal or some other complex internal structure. Did you see how big those bones were? That was a bone inside their ear canal. That's so insanely huge. Crab claw kelp. A blue-tipped kelp species which tends to grow in or near to acidic brine pools on the ocean floor. These brine pools are hazardous to most life forms. However, the crab claw has adapted by developing a thick, inflexible root system which can withstand the environment and which raises the sensitive blue feeding nodules above the level of the brine. I think the impressive thing is that it doesn't get eaten away by the brine pools, which eat us away. Ate away at us pretty severely when we were in them. Munching on a tree, munching on a tree. I have to pause again for a minute. I shall be right back. Okay, we are back and ready to resume our quest, whatever quest we have set for ourselves. It really hasn't given us much. I mean, we're definitely trying to get rid of the virus or whatever. We're definitely still infected. But we're not dead yet, so that's good. I would guess. I would say. Alright. What are we caught on here? Oh, okay. We're caught on everything. It's like, you can't go that way. Alright, we are now officially on our way back to the active lava zone. Trying to find the power station. Let's see if it has been a while since I played through this. You can tell because of how much shit I forgot. Okay, that appears to be the wrong direction. We're gonna have to kill him, aren't we? Because he's kind of blocking our path forward. Okay. Yep. Oh, this is ghost. It's a juvenile. Look, you should have abandoned these tunnels. You shouldn't really even be able to fit in here. You're literally having to swim through the rock walls to make your guarding of these tunnels here work. So I'm gonna help you out by murdering you. And there you go. That's what you get for attacking my big, giant Cyclops.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Probably should see if I can't repair. Yeah. Wherever that is. I should have done it before and I didn't even realize. I didn't even think about the fact that we had been slightly damaged. Also need to replace that battery. Pardon me, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah. Now, if I remember correctly, this is where that stupid thing came from. And he followed us earlier out of this room and into the tunnel, and then apparently didn't want to leave the tunnel because, yeah, he could just block it and make it hard for us to get in and out. Now, that's not right. That's the way up. We don't want to go up. There's the head. Okay, so when we came from the lava zone, it was over here. Did we get out and scan this last time? I don't think we did, because we had to deal with the giant leviathans. Shit. I could be wrong, though. We'll see. Nope, we didn't. There we go. This has got to be the biggest one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, gargantuan fossil. It's so huge. It's even way bigger than any of the other. even the one that I was like, oh, that was pretty big. This one's way bigger. Ghost Leviathan Juvenile. This large predator has adapted to live in deep waters and dark cave systems, attacking anything and everything in its quest to grow larger. Torso. Soft outer membrane and elongated body enables superior navigation of tight cave environments. Displays some similarities to other eel-like predators in the area. However, the Ghost Leviathan has covered over the electrical prongs on its inner torso with a taut, transparent membrane which delivers superior maneuverability. Diet. In its juvenile state, this Leviathan feeds on larger herbivores and unfortunate members of its own species. They display a remarkable rate of growth which shows no signs of stopping, suggesting that they must abandon their hatching grounds before they grow too large and make for more open waters. Avoid. We didn't do that, and we generally don't, but have not been avoiding them. We've been killing them whenever we need to get past. Gargantuan fossil. The fossilized remains of an extinct super predator. Its sheer size would have prohibited it from entering such an enclosed space, true, suggesting the geography of the planet has shifted around it over time. A true apex predator. Dated at approximately 3 million years old. Rib cage measurements suggest the creature was eel-like in structure. Calculations suggest this is only the front third of the specimen. The remains now support a vibrant microcosm of life. There are a series of precise angular indentations on the rib cage, suggesting a third party has taken samples from the specimen at a previous time. Wow. That is a... Grown yet? There we go. For sure this should be the way. Now, we didn't go the direction that the tree was in last time. We should see the tree here somewhere. There he is. There it is. I was going to say, we want to go towards the tree. Even if for no other reason than the tree is fucking awesome. Look how fucking cool this is. Alright, we're gonna get out. We're gonna, at the minimum, we're gonna go get a scan of it. Giant cove tree. A vast tree encountered in a deep cove, and the only one of its kind encountered on the planet. The tree is surrounded by rays grazing on its pink outer leaves. Bark. A hardy, fast-growing bark covers the outside of the tree. Minuscule organisms inhabit the notches in the surface. Ghost Leviathan eggs. The tree's branches are wrapped around a number of maturing eggs belonging to the species designated ghost leviathan. This tree appears to be an ancient nesting ground. The eggs were laid when the tree was young, and now the branches protect and grow with them as they await the perfect conditions to hatch. Ooh, that is going to be one big ghost leviathan right there. That upper egg. Yeah, now if you wanted to build a base down here, this is the place you do it. Right here. In this little... And I was going to say, this is not brine. It looks like the brine, but it's not. And there's nuclear crystals everywhere in here. Yeah. So if you want to build a base down here in the ghostly realm, right here near where the cove tree is the perfect place. That, and it's also right on the edge of the active lava zone. So as we're going to go down this little chute here, and as we reach the bottom, we will be entering the active lava zone. Is that we should now be regenerating. Okay, so there is a thing here, and we have to be stupid careful about where it is and where we park. And there it is. 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 I think you guys all see it, right? Yeah, that is what killed. I don't know why it would have been up where they were. But yeah, it said tentacles, so that has to be. It's the only one I've seen with tentacles. It has to be that thing that destroyed the Degassi habitat. Yeah, and as you can see, that thing eats reapers, which are the bones of which are scattered around here.
Engine powering down.
Okay, so we're gonna power the engine down. We're basically silent. Gonna save before we leave the ship. That way, if we come back and the ship is destroyed, we can reload and try to park it somewhere else. Okay, so far at least he doesn't look like he's interested in our ship, which is nice because yeah, we don't want him interested in our ship if we can help it.
All systems online.
Aha, there it is.
The volcanic rock which has formed in this area can be carbon dated to between 800 and 3,000 Earth years ago.
Oh yes, we will come back for that. Thank you. We needed that for sure.
Come here to me.
Yes, ma'am. What else are you gonna say? Would it help if I said hell no? Probably not, right?
Integrating new PDA data. Integrating new PDA data. Synthesizing ion-powered blueprints from alien data. Blueprints stored to databank.
There we go. That's what we were wanting from this place. More than anything else. Ion battery technology.
Integrating PDA data. Primary alien facility location updated. Volcanic area connected to the escape system at depth 1.4 kilometers.
So where did it take us? This looks like one of the other alien facilities. I'm trying to... I think it's the gun facility. Yeah, it's the gun facility. And now that it's powered forever. Conveniently, exactly what we need. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh. We apparently are standing in lava. The lava lizards are really cool, okay? That should be 6 of those. Which is a full reload. 6, that's a full reload of, so we now have two full change outs of those. We need more. I know what to do. Now, we kind of have two options here. I do have a creep vine cluster, so we could technically build a thing, grow an outdoor one, wait for it to get ready, and then harvest the things, and then grow a bunch more, and then harvest them so that we can get as much. Or we can just go use the portal to go to our other base. To our base. I say other base, we don't have two bases, we just have the one. Don't ask me. I don't know what that weird limp-wristed thing was. That was bizarre. Honestly, we may not actually need to go all the way back to our base. We can probably find some wild. Yep, there we go. Go, one full inventory. Hey, that ain't it. There it is. Let's see. How many batteries we need? One. We have one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need 6. Our I believe we have one more. Yep. We had the battery for it already. Yep. Regular battery. And then get stuck in the charger. There's actually some stuff I don't really need to carry with me right now. That stuff. Really no reason for it at the moment. But we'll leave the batteries in there. Oh, the flashlight. I missed Carlton. Alrighty, there we go. We got a full load. And we have these again, and we still have these as backup. There's a lot of titanium around here. I'm looking for gold and silver, mostly gold. Found some silver earlier. I don't know if I can scan that one separately. I can't. That looked like what I'm looking for.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
I was worried it was attacking our ship when it was over here. It wasn't, apparently. You know, bunch of politicians sucking you from both ends. That's pretty good. Need 3 uranite, a lead, a titanium, and a glass for each reactor rod. I believe a nuclear reactor needs 4. Well, I don't think it has that 4 rods. I think you can run it off just one. I think it's 1 4 rods. Do I have enough for 8 more? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. I do. I have 8 more. Yep. We have 8 replacements. So when our batteries run low, we can just switch them out for new ones. Here we go. That's absolutely perfect. Now, the last 2. We haven't really had a problem. I mean, we haven't had a problem with the run length time on our prawn suit. For one reason that is because we don't have to go anywhere really far away from our charge station with it. Okay.
Rig for silent running. Engine powering up.
I know it's expensive, but we do not want that big old dude to come after us. And he's not the only one of his kind. Or maybe he is. And I don't think he's killable. If you're thinking, just kill him. I don't think you can. And this is from the guy that you know.
Hull damage imminent.
Oh. Well, okay. Did I forget to make one? I did. I forgot to make one, guys. No, it's not there. It's in the yeah. Mark 3. We need 3 kyanite and a plasteel ingot. We have plenty of kyanite. That's not a problem. In fact, we're surrounded by kyanite. Yeah, honestly. I mean, Right. Everything I need. That's the wrong thing. Yet again, I'm going to the wrong. Yep.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
And I guess the shield is the only other one, right? Yep. So let's go make it. Advanced wiring kit, power cell, polyaniline. No, we'll leave that one. That gives us 2 reloads of power cells. And it's not like we don't have plenty of extra batteries. So, hydrochloric acid and what? To make polyaniline? Gold. Gold. Advanced wiring kit. Gold. Copper. Cable coral. And 2 silver. Yeah, another mod someone did that I thought was really good is they made the submarine so you could put the nuclear reactor rods in it instead of the and it would just run forever. They basically just lasted forever, which is what they do in the nuclear reactor as well. Which makes sense. I mean, we have nuclear powered subs now, and the reactor rods are the same size as the batteries, so there's really no reason that you shouldn't be able to make that modification. That's right, it's not that one. Yes, it was. It was that one. Did we go into the wrong one? That's right, I went to the wrong one, then the wrong one, and then the right one, and thought it was the wrong one. Alright, there we go. We are fully upgraded, fully powered, and fully ready to rock. Ready to rock! Sorry. No. There it is. As you can see, there's either another one or the one from up top can come down here somehow.
I am what you seek. Want to help you.
It is. I know. You really can't get past this guy completely without... The trick is that, yeah, as long as you get over fairly quickly to where he kind of can't get to you anymore.
Engine powering down. Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
You leave my ship alone, you little shithead. I may not be able to kill you, but I can make you suffer for a while. And you probably can kill him, but I've never I've never been able to. It must take a really long time if you can kill him. Alien thermal plant. This system is directly converting local thermal energy into electric current at 90% efficiency. Most of this energy is being stored in the battery-like devices within the plant itself, each of which holds enough to power a small city for a year. Some of it, however, is being drained off, presumably as it is distributed to other facilities on the planet. The power plant appears to be fully automated and, given current understanding of the mechanisms involved, uninterruptible. Fossil data. Fossil data recorded from the volcanic rock that was excavated to construct the alien power facility. It has been possible to extrapolate a number of key trends. Genetic divergence. The aliens recorded data on indigenous organic remains originating between 10,000 and 1,000 years ago. The life forms on record feature an unusually low overlap with those encountered so far on 4546b. Extinction event. Soil samples from 1,000 years ago contain 300% higher concentrations of organic remains than the soil average. Data supports a mass extinction event, killing off a majority of species and forcing rapid adaptation among many of the survivors. And so you remember what I mentioned about the Kahara killing everything 1,000 years ago? It did. It killed most everything. That's what this is saying. Only a few species that were resistant to it survived. Ion power data. It has been possible to extract useful information regarding alien ion power. Ion cubes are grown artificially from a mineral substance and are treated to remain in a stable state despite the huge ionic energy contained within. By installing an ion cube in an appropriate device, this energy can be released as electrical power. Using this knowledge, it has been possible to synthesize new battery and power cell blueprints, which leverage advanced ionic energy to last considerably longer. Primary containment facility. A power router in the thermal plant is distributing energy collected on site to other facilities on the planet. Primary containment facility location updated. Constructed within a natural chasm. Connected to this cave network. South-southeast. Area of volcanic activity. Depth 1.4 kilometers. Power distribution. Self-warping quarantine enforcement units 5%. Arc network 10%. Sanctuaries, Alpha, Beta, Kappa, 10%. Quarantine enforcement platform, 35%. Disease research facility, offline. Primary containment facility, 20%. Reserve, 20%. There is no clear way to interrupt the power flow, which means we can't just power down the weapon. Kyanite is a blue silicate mineral which forms under high temperature, high pressure conditions. We already read this. It let us scan it again, and I guess it. Reaper Leviathan skeleton. Reapers are ill-suited to high-temperature environments, suggesting this creature was forced down into the active lava zone by conditions outside its control. Probably a giant tentacled monster. Trace muscle tissue remains on the bones, indicating the specimen died in recent months. Burns and other physical damage to the skeletal structure. Likely became prey for something bigger. A tentacled fire-breathing monster dude. Sea dragon. I think I was going to say, I think it's called, they're the sea dragons. These aren't even the biggest specimens of sea dragons. They are pretty badass though, aren't they?
Translating local alien broadcast. Warning, vaccine development program terminated. Emperor egg hatching project terminated. Live specimens terminated. Evacuate immediately.
it regenerates that, which is why we will be leaving this. We will be leaving this here when we leave.
Integrating new PDA data.
Enzyme 42 project data. According to translated data logs, an indigenous Leviathan species was found to produce a unique substance referred to as Enzyme 42, which inhibited the symptoms of the Cahara bacterial infection in other indigenous organisms. The specimen was captured and contained in a purpose-built habitat for further study. The alien researchers went to great lengths to provide for the life form's environmental needs, including the import of independent flora and fauna via an on-site warp gate. However, its health quickly deteriorated. When quarantine was imposed, all warp gates and force fields were sealed. All attempts to develop the enzyme into a vaccine had been unsuccessful. The Emperor fetus. Found preserved in a display case, it was likely a child of the adult specimen contained within the facility. Physiology. Superficial damage to the specimen indicates it was artificially removed from its egg casing. Stunted tissue development suggests the organism expired during the removal process. Tissue samples have been taken from the digestive tract. Analysis. It appears the aliens were attempting to formulate a cure for the bacterium from enzymes produced in this specimen's digestive system. Without a young, healthy specimen, these efforts were in vain. There's its egg casing. Ion Cube Fabricator. This device appears to be the origin of the raw material that forms the base of the ion cubes, which power smaller alien systems. Likely drawing power itself from the main thermal plant, this device may represent an almost limitless source of energy. Rudimentary tablet. This device shares many similarities with the tablets used to access the alien facilities, although its structure is rather less complex. It may have served a similar purpose, granting security access and storing relevant data, and was thus kept here as a form of legacy. Holographic projector. This device contains network apparatus and a holographic projection unit. It was likely used as a communications relay, capturing and projecting the image of the user to a remote location. There do not appear to be any other devices in range. Alien statue. This artifact is unpowered, suggesting it served a ceremonial rather than practical purpose. The pyramid resembles vines spiraling upwards towards the warm blue stone mounted above it. It may represent a plant found on the aliens' homeworld, a building of religious import, or even the gravitational pull of their home solar system. Alien carving. This carving is hundreds of thousands of years old and made from an unrecognized natural fiber, grown on an unknown planet. It bears striking resemblance to the old Earth yin-yang. Two competing theories may explain this similarity. Aliens visited Earth prior to the 4th century BC and influenced the development of ancient Chinese philosophy. Or two, the concept of yin and yang is universal. Since yin and yang describe the fundamental interdependency of seemingly opposite forces, it may be a necessary existential understanding in some form in all sufficiently developed civilizations. The tapering of two circles, union into opposed and infinitely small points, the finite, is one logical way to represent this understanding and may have been developed independently by species of humans. Could be. Ancient Earth Blade. An ancient earth blade dating back to the 13th century. Blood samples on the blade match the DNA of 7 separate heads of state from the period. This evidence supports the theory that the aliens are an ancient spaceborne civilization engaged in the surreptitious study of less developed species. We don't have that yet. I think all of these are lead to the different archways.
Integrating new BDA data.
Peepers entering the containment facility. The pipes drawing water into the containment facility are filled with peepers arriving from the surface. The fish show no signs of distress. The specimens scanned have all consumed high quantities of sea and organic matter from the surface. Some specimens are beginning to show signs of infection. Enzyme host peepers leaving the containment facility. Outflow pipes are filled with peepers traveling back towards the surface. Specimens show no symptoms of infection. All specimens scanned are carrying enzyme 42, which data suggests inhibits the bacterium. Specimens' stomach cavities are otherwise empty, suggesting they may have purged the contents before entering the pipes. Assessment: if peepers have evolved to distribute the enzyme via the pipe network, this may explain part of the mechanism by which life on 4546b has survived since the real outbreak. Alien robot. This device is of alien origin, although its design is relatively simple. Purpose: it is low threat level, is at odds with the advanced technology apparently available to its designers, suggesting it was intended more to patrol alien facilities and repair damaged infrastructure than to deter invaders. Despite its simple design, this construction is quite elegant in its minimalism. 4 electromagnetic legs allow it to traverse floors, walls, and ceilings with reasonable speed. and appear to be replaceable internally, though there are few moving parts, rendering this construct energy efficient and resistant to wear over time. A rechargeable ion-based power reserve ensures it continues to operate. Assessment: immobilize and return to Altera for mutual profit. Ventilation control. Water flowing to and from the primary containment facility is being automatically controlled independently of other safeguards. Data on the water composition has been recorded. Inflow. Water is being drawn from different biomes around the surface of the planet. The water temperature is considerably lower than the volcanic environment outside the facility, while microorganism and nutrient counts are substantially higher. Outflow. Oxygen-deprived water is being flooded from the system and recycled back to the surface. Okay, nothing particular, nothing else special. I have to search every nook and cranny because I don't remember where that other blue tablet actually is. It could be in any of the rooms. I think half of them, though, are actually teleportation arches. Yeah, like this one. Did I not get all of them? I didn't get all of them. Translation device. This device stores linguistic data from over 1,000 different languages. The core of the device may allow alien text to be read and translated. Analysis of the onboard data reveals a number of ancient Earth languages, and the term CHBC Live appears many times in the device's data. Its import is unclear. The device seems to be configured to translate into the designer's language. It will not work the other. Nanobots. Scans show some form of advanced nanobot inside this seemingly empty case. These bots are substantially smaller than any developed within the Federation, and it is not possible to ascertain their exact function. It would, however, be unwise to release them. Yeah, no shit it would. Organic matter particulator. This device contains a highly unstable radioactive isotope, likely to destroy all organisms exposed to it, while leaving physical structures intact. Although it would function perfectly well as a weapon, it was more likely used to sterilize spaces for later inhabitation. Without instructions, it would be unwise to interact with it. Yeah, I would say so. Tracking implant. This construct is emitting a high bandwidth signal consistent with alien transmissions intercepted elsewhere. DNA on the exterior indicates it was once implanted inside one of the life forms indigenous to 4546b. Its size suggests the subject was the Leviathan class organism. Beyond tracking and broadcasting its location, the implant may also have recorded biological data on the subject. However, this data cannot be retrieved. Alien building block. This rock-like object features organic as well as mechanical parts, and there is some genetic and technological crossover with the design of the self-warping constructs encountered elsewhere. It appears to serve no purpose in its current state and is awaiting some kind of activation sequence. Material such as this may have been a fundamental building block of the aliens' technology or even of the aliens themselves. Honestly, I kind of thought the robots would try to poke at me. I remember them poking at me previously, but maybe they've changed them so that they don't attack you anymore.
This room appears to be a biological archive storing more than 40 indigenous egg specimens in different states of development.
Cool.
Integrating new PDA data.
The Emperor Leviathan research data. Specimen size categories have been adjusted upward to accommodate this species. Feeding and digestion. Alien research data indicates that despite its size, this species feeds entirely on microorganisms it filters from the water, which themselves depend on a complicated ecosystem of plant and animal life. Reproduction. Large ovary-like organs are carried in the creature's middle section, suggesting that, like other species on this planet, it produces eggs. However, internal scar tissue indicates probable infertility. Enzyme 42. The Emperor manufactures enzyme 42 within its stomach cavity to break down its food and will occasionally expel it into the surrounding waters. This substance was found to neutralize the effects of the bacterium, and its presence in the ecosystem today would explain how life on the planet survived the outbreak. It would remain to be explained by what mechanism the enzyme is being delivered. We know, the peepers. Health. Comparative analysis of size and metabolic rates indicates the specimen captured by the researchers was approximately 1,600 years old. Extensive internal and external scar tissue suggested it had lived well in the excess of its lifespan for its species. Assessment. While a healthy Emperor specimen may have held some potential as a cure, it is unlikely any research subject survived quarantine procedure. Make a tablet? Can I even make a blue tablet? I guess I probably can. Yeah, it looks like I have to, because, I didn't find one. Did you guys see one? I didn't see one.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
did this? Yeah, we already did. Making sure that it doesn't contain a blue tablet. I thought for sure it would, but I guess not. I guess we have to make it.
Welcome aboard, Captain. All systems online.
Blue. We just need kyanite. We have that. That's fine. Right. Deep before we go in. Ion cubes. There you go. See? So, as you can see, as long as we leave a prawn suit here, we can easily come back and keep mining ion cubes forever. For time, but Bye.
Are you here to play? Others came here once. They built these walls. They played alone. They bored me. Now they're gone. And instead, we have you. We are curious whether you swim with the current or fight against it as they did.
Detecting unusually passive behavioral patterns in nearby predators. Reason unknown. Unlike other alien facilities, scans indicate this location supports a diverse and healthy ecosystem. Explanation unclear at this time.
Can I scan you? I bet I can. I can get close enough. Oh, see, look, she's swimming faster. You're not scan me! You're not allowed to scan me! No, we really aren't allowed to scan her. Okay, so we can't scan her.
Environment scans indicate the water here is rich with a rare, plankton-like life form which depends on the organic detritus produced by the ecosystem around it.
Gabe's feather. This plant grows almost exclusively in deep waters where its hand-like leaves have evolved to filter sediment from the environment. It is likely dependent on the excretions of fauna populating the waters above and around it. Sea crown. This plant consists primarily of a large bladder-like sac containing a huge variety of bacterial species, which may enable it to break down complex compounds it draws from the root system. It shares large sections of genetic code with the membrane tree. Environment scans indicate this plant is rare to the point of extinction.
The plant life in this area is growing outside its normal conditions. Other life forms fertilizing and pruning the vegetation may be offsetting this environmental deficit.
So, if she was 1,600 years old when the aliens were here, and it's been 1,000 years, she's at least 1,000 more years old than she was then. And they were like, she's ancient. So hatching enzymes. The emperor specimen's eggs are attached to some form of incubator. In a normal life cycle, it seems likely that sea emperors would have buried their eggs in shallower waters where different organic materials in the soil would have triggered a hatching process response. Incubator suggests the aliens had resorted to developing artificial hatching enzymes which would simulate the egg's natural hatching environment, but were unable to discover the formula. With extensive information on the sea emperors themselves, it may still be possible to fabricate an artificial hatching enzyme using indigenous ingredients. However, the only surviving source of that information may be the sea emperor itself. Come on over. Hello there.
My young need to hatch, to play outside this place. We have been here so long. The others built a passage to reach the world outside. I asked them for this freedom, but they could not hear me. If you help us, I will give you freely what the others tried in vain to take.
So the aliens couldn't hear her telepathy. They thought that she was just an animal. I don't have another ion cube yet. I'll have to go get one. Aquarium arch. Scans indicate this arch was left inactive when the facility was abandoned. It likely served as an access point to the surface of the planet. It is much too small for the Emperor to pass through, but would accommodate smaller life forms, like newborns.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
With the passage you've opened, my young can leave this place. But first they must feel the time is right and break free of their shells. This is what the others could not force from me. To you, I give the secret willingly.
New blueprint acquired.
The Emperor's life cycle. Available biological data has been used to synthesize the effects of alien bacterium on the Sea Emperor's natural life cycle. This creature likely lived and moved in small herds around the planet's ocean trenches, coming to the surface to feed off the huge volumes of microorganisms in the shallower waters. Family size would be strictly limited by available food supply. Offspring would likely split off at a young age to form their own herds elsewhere. Given their sparse population, mating and egg laying was likely infrequent, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime event. The species likely had a preferred environment for egg laying. In fact, successful hatching may depend on such conditions. Given the rarity of this event, it is impossible to calculate those conditions precisely. There is no evidence to support the assumption that all members of the species were immune from the alien bacterium. Even if this is so, there is evidence that introduction of the bacterium decimated life on the planet, and this would have had catastrophic effects on the Emperor's food supply and survival rate. The symbiotic relationship between this specimen and other life forms likely developed as a direct result of the bacterial infection. Those life forms which learned to keep the Emperor alive survived with its help. This may explain the vast tracts, lifeless ocean in a rough perimeter around the Emperor's location. A lot of that. Yeah, it's probably going to be, because some of the stuff we don't have with us anyway. Actually, I think I have most of that with us, but that's actually a very perfectly convenient spot for us to show up at. think we have all but the ghost weed over here already.
Welcome aboard, Captain. Welcome aboard. All systems online.
We need the mushroom forest for the mushroom thing. Now I know what the exploitable part of that is. Or it's for this. And then the ghost weed will also be, we should be able to get down to that yeah, we can get down to the lazy river. The Lost River. There should be a passage down right here in this next area. Just past the bulb zone. I guess I should have had my lights on, huh? Couldn't see that at all. All right. Once we get back to the base here, I'm gonna cut this one and finish this session, and then we will have a final session, probably final. It might be one or two more. We will. The next one obviously will finish the storyline, which we're really close to doing. But then, of course, that's not the end of the game. We still have to build the rocket and escape the planet for the actual completion. And there's a couple other things that I want to do in between there. Such as see how deep we can get in the beyond the edge of the reef. That's always a fun thing to do. Repair. Okay. Do we have anything on either side? No, I don't think we do. But we do! We have lithium! Why did you have lithium? Why did you have lithium in your pocket? Put it in there. You tell me. Alright, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and pause for a bit. Take me a break, and I will resume with the next session. See you guys there.